Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value, as I always say. Looking at where I left off. Working on the marketing team, working on the agents, learning these agents, learning how to make agents work together, giving them different jobs, using the right models, all kinds of things that I'm learning as I go. Staying in the flow and doing what I know. So welcome to the show, inside the station that's in tune for the nation of vibe coders, business people, agentic orchestrators, anybody who wants to use AI to build something that they have an idea for. As the technology gets better, the barrier of entry is lower and the bar is open for more people. So, so much you can do, so many people still learning that this is even exist and is even possible. So give thanks every time for vibe coding, agentic engineering, life and health and strength. And most of all, the creator, the universe, forces of nature. Without these things, nothing else would exist. So give thanks. All right, making sure the stream is working right. Seems like so far so good. All right, everything's looking good to me from what I see. So, getting started with the flow. All right, here we go. Start the dev server. I want to start the dashboard and start going through the weekly workflow. And I want to operate it through the dashboard. So once I get the dashboard up, I'll let you know where we can start. And I got the first part of the process. In the cloud, compassionate spirit agent, last run succeeded. Awesome. So I got all the new information. What I'm looking at right now. Now I got multiple agents, so okay, I see how it's doing it. Added on, extra steps. Alright, there we go. Oh, wrong. Wrong one though. Wrong browser. Dashboard is up. Wrong browser. Auto mode. There we go. Right, so let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna start with the browser. Alright. The whole machine on one page. Okay. So I'm looking at what looks like the weekly research inside of Railway. I'm looking at the deploy logs, and essentially I'm seeing the research with some other stuff I don't remember from before at the beginning. So it seems like there's like maybe more added on to this research that I wasn't even sure was the right thing, because it started out with these logs. But the main thing is like the research is there. Now that I've got different agents, I'm just like, you know, not 100% sure that I'm looking at the right agent through Railway. But the main thing is like I haven't read it yet. Read the research yet. And right now I just like ran through the dashboard. So I mean, looking at the dashboard, the mission control part of the dashboard seems to me to list out step-by-steps and then like mark done and showing where I'm the human in the loop. So for right now, I think I'm gonna move through this week part of mission control on the dashboard to do this workflow. And as I'm going, I'll let you know how it's working and what I want you to change. But the main thing that I'm seeing first is like, it says you are here, agent, run the research. And it's like showing a card that I can mark as done. Well, I also want to be able to access that research through this dashboard. So say if I'm not at my computer and I'm just doing this through my phone, I want to be able to access the stuff I need to access without having to like log into Supabase and like, you know, go through that database on my phone. So let me know, is it possible for this mission control for the card for this week that where it says run the research, I could click a button and actually like see the research and read it from there? All right. Looks like it's possible. Looking at the chat, good morning. OBU. IINH. Respect every time. Hopefully you're doing good where you're at. Wherever that is. It's morning time. Just got dark. Just got nighttime here. So it must be on the other side of the world. That's awesome. That is awesome. Everybody from all over the world learning this stuff together. Providing value to the world. Alright, it says it's marinating. Sometimes it seems like it's frozen, but it's not. Welcome to the chat. English Book Bridge. Respect every time. That is awesome. Welcome to the journey. This is definitely an interesting journey. Good to see other people walking the same path. And respect. More success. More abundance. And you know that more millionaires every day. More money, more millionaires, more of it to flow around. You just got to create the value. English Book Bridge sounds interesting. I'm going to Google that real quick. Book Bridge, this must be you. Smart reading demo. Find your perfect reading level. See Book Bridge in action. Awesome. Oh, no, this is not you. Okay. Well, just so you know, you've already got a Book Bridge site. So, I was about to say, the main thing from looking at this site is I do not really understand what it's doing, like what problem it's solving. But this is not your site. So all you got to know is that something like this already exists, and you just need to make sure you're differentiating yourself from it. And that'll make a lot of things a lot easier. But either way, welcome to the channel. Alright, so it looks like this should be built. Okay. So there's new metrics, that's just like new agents that I added on. Alright, so it looks like your days might be mixed up. First thing I notice is, I think it's Monday. Yes, it is Monday. So you're telling me that it's Sunday. Basically, you're saying yesterday was Saturday. Not a big deal. Everything, like, it went through yesterday, the weekly research. And what I was thinking was, making this dashboard actually, like a live site after this first workflow is complete, and I'm running the whole thing through the dashboard. Until I've got it set up correctly, I'm not going to worry about making the site live. Another thing, I'm guessing it's like the same thing, but I used to always run this through localhost address. It looks like you've got a separate address that I'm opening this project up now through, and I just want to make sure that like this is the exact same project that I built, that I was working on before through the dashboard, through the local host, because that was like a different dashboard and I'm not seeing any of that stuff anymore. And I don't want this to be separate and just delete everything I did before. I want this to be built on top of the dashboard that already existed. So then I'll just like, you know, use what works and create the system and then just get rid of the stuff that doesn't work over time. So that's one thing I don't 100% understand. And you're talking about Reddit is still blocked pending the account appeal. I do remember that. I'll check into that when I get to the Reddit part of the workflow. So for right now, what I'm going to do is just make sure that the data for the research is accessible through this dashboard, and that I can read it and mark it off, and then I'll come to you with the next step when I'm ready for it. Unless there's anything else you have for me right now, I'm going to get started reading that. Welcome to the chat, official. Respect every time. Hello to you. And abundance in excess and success to everything you do. So, all right. Fixed up the confusion on what day it is. Alright, so basically, let's see if I can access this through the dashboard I created to go with this system. It's looking good. So it looks like a lot of people are starting to hook up their bank and investment accounts directly to like ChatGPT and Claude. So UK is seeing that as like a reason to go ahead and create regulations. So it looks like US is still saying we're not going to regulate anything yet. We don't know when. UK and Europe are starting to do regulations for AI when it comes to finance. Well, English Book Bridge, good to see you here either way. Enjoy the work and, you know, keep making more progress. Let me know what's going on. I can always try to give any advice where I have it to offer. And all the best to you too. So definitely always like to hear what other people are building. Whenever you get something working, get something going, feel free to let me know. And I can show it on the stream. Alright, so video angle. Cash Visor. Let me check this one out. I mean, this looks like very similar to like every other app that tracks everything. Financial tracking with intuitive UI. Maybe the UI is just better. Seems like a reasonable price, but I mean, this seems like a tool that I don't see how this is different from, like, all these tools have existed way before AI. I guess it's just AI is gonna have better analytics to track things in different ways, but I mean, just being able to track everything, that's nothing new. So I mean, I don't understand where the hype is in this. But let's see what it's saying. Saying it's the sharpest move to watch this week. It connects live played accounts data to a conversational AI that interprets a specific user's financial picture in real time. The more data, the more guidance. That makes sense. And they're saying, like, look into regulating something like this. That is strange. This is more in the lane with, like, what my project's doing, but I mean, if it's educational, it's got to be if that the layer. So this is something I want to talk about GPT to Claude to understand this better. Okay, just looking at the research, some things I want to go over, make the research get better every week, giving kind of like my review. So it starts out with like the headline, the video angle, the competitor note, the Reddit themes, and feature seed. So what it's showing for the video angle is basically the same video angle that we've had for like all the other videos. And I don't understand, is this like the video angle for each of the 3 videos that it's gonna create the data for each week? And then like the headline, like it starts out with this stuff, the headline, the video angle, the competitor note, but it's not really saying like, you know, is this like the main headline that it found off of all the research that kind of sums up everything the best they think for like where the industry is moving that week? And then the video angle, it's not telling me like, you know, is this for every video or just one video? Competitor note, this cash visor, I looked at it and basically this seems to me to be like the most prevalent information for me as far as like regulations go, because this is more about like any education product that adds played connectivity and a chat layer is one product decision away from the same regulatory exposure. So this I want to understand better. And I'm seeing now that this stuff is given more detail in the rest of the report. But I'm not understanding that from just looking at this first part of the report. So I'm gonna go and finish reading the whole thing and come back and give you like an update on the entire report. This is just a different layout, so it's like, you know, I'm not used to seeing this stuff first. But I'm letting you know my thoughts on everything as I go. Alright, so welcome back, Masked Mage. Respect every time. You're asking, where am I at in the app? So the app itself is Stackivate, and that Stackivate app is version 1 is done. It is live. Right now what I'm building is basically my own app for like me or my team that works on the business. And essentially, you can see how it is right here. I did just run through some of it, and essentially this is for the agents that are doing the marketing. And I'll be setting up different agent teams for different parts of the business. So for right now, this app basically has like the agent team, how it's set up, and it's like a workflow. And right now it's showing me the weekly report, the weekly research. Once I'm done reading this, you can follow through, and I'll basically be like going through the way it's got the workflow set and altering it to like make more sense with how I work. So that's basically where I'm at. Also for the feature seed, what it looks like right now is like the same tool that I built last week. So I'm kind of confused on that, but I'll come back and let you know when I'm done reading the whole thing. So like I would hope at the least it looks like the direction things are going for like consumers is companies creating systems that can like connect everything, and then it should be able to like do your taxes for you automatically. This is really where I think like things are going with like the bigger major companies. But they're also, for the most part, doing the opposite of what I'm doing with Stackivate, which is trying to make decisions for everybody. And I think that's a bad idea. And that ChatGPT finances and Claude finance just came out. Alright, this looks close to what I'm doing. IDEOU. This is like, this is crazy. So many things I built like a month or 2 months ago. It's like all these things I saw now, like bigger companies are starting to build. And kind of what I'm seeing, like a way bigger picture of this is like, from what I understand, the majority of people in the world do not have bank accounts. And this would make this AI and all these new programs that are coming out. I mean, this should make it like so that so many more people can access a bank account and understand how to use it. And unfortunately, the way I see this going is that all these different companies are trying to help people set up bank accounts and understand how to use it, but they're also trying to like control everything. So like, what's the point if you know everybody is able to access a bank account now in the world if they can't make their own decisions and their decisions are being made for them? C Films, welcome back to the chat. I'm doing all right. Hopefully you're doing good too. And sure you're making good progress on the C Film site. I'm just going through the weekly research for Stackivate. Learning what's going on around the world with AI and finance. So Masked Mage is saying, what if the AI has its own bank? That's what you're working on. If the AI has its own bank. So, like, if the AI controlled the bank, if it was a bank that was managed through AI, from what I understand right now, the main thing I'm thinking of with like what I understand with regulations is that if I banked through a bank that was managed by AI and I lost my money, it would not be insured. Like, from what I understand, at least in the United States, a bank run by AI would not be covered for insurance. And maybe I don't understand this 100% correctly, but AI is not 100% perfect. AI makes mistakes. If it, you know, forgets a zero in your account balance and you lose like a lot of money or something, it sounds like there's nothing you can do about it. So, you know, in the future, as AI gets better, I mean, that would be awesome, because like, I mean, it could be awesome because the way I understand it is when you put your money in a bank, the bank is investing your money, and you know, whatever percentage they're making on investing your money, they're giving you a very, very small fraction of that. But they also have a lot of overhead. I mean, big banks like have big skyscrapers and like a lot of overhead to pay for. But if it was an AI bank and it didn't need all that overhead, hopefully it would be able to give you a much better savings account rate, which it should be able to do. But if there's an AI bank and it's doing the same thing every other bank does, and it just invests your money and gives you like almost nothing back as a cut, then there's no difference. I mean, it's got to be providing value to people. So it has the potential of providing a lot of value if it's done right, but it could also have the potential of just making inequality worse and keeping money more just in the hands of the wealthy few. So you're saying if it was FDIC insured, but the AI was the CEO, I would have to say, I mean, if it's FDIC insured, then I would use it. If it had any kind of benefit, like that's the main thing. What benefit does it have to using a regular bank? Does it have any other benefit? Is it worth my time to create a new account? So that's the main thing. Yes, if it was FDIC insured, then why not? As long as it's giving me some kind of objective to use it, like a better savings rate than like a national bank or something like that. So you think CEOs are recipe for replacement by AI? And I partly agree. I think some of the things that we do as CEOs can be replaced by AI. I think at the end of the day, AI is still pretty generic, even if you're like a master at engineering with AI. There's still, like, as a CEO, I even catch AI making mistakes a lot. The better I get at working with AI, the more I find it making mistakes and giving me bad advice. So I think there still needs to be, I think humans still have a major role to play, and especially with the CEO, because that's where the big decisions get made. And, there are people that are just, using kind of an autopilot AI CEO for their business. And I don't know that we even have enough data yet to see like how well that's working compared to an actual CEO that's just having AI assist them and still making the major decisions themselves. This is also so early and so new. We still need like more time to see how this plays out. You're saying in the chat, you're saying the value would go to the shareholders, not the clients, of course. This is corporate America. True, but now there's other options. That's the way corporate America wants to run things. That's fine. But now any person who, maybe somebody who's worked in a bank for 10 or 20 years that understands banking very well and understands how corporate America has set up banks so that the rich just keep getting richer and the majority of people that have their bank account are not really like benefiting from the whole business transaction of people keeping their money in a bank, other than like having that insurance on your money. But now like more banks can do that. So basically what I'm getting at is like anybody can come and disrupt this now, because if a bank is making 10% interest off of your investment and they're giving you like 1% in return, then what's stopping somebody who understands banking from coming along and building an AI banking app that can give people back 8%, so then, and still be profitable because they don't have the overhead. So then they can come and disrupt corporate America. Because I remember it was only like, wow, within the past like 5 years, maybe 10 years, you had to pay, every time you traded a stock, you had to pay a fee. And then that was just like part of like corporate America. But then it was like, then all of a sudden the new businesses come along and they were able to disrupt. I think it was like maybe Robinhood or like some other one of these online banking apps was like, okay, no more fees for stocks. And then every other corporate bank had to change pretty much overnight. Otherwise they'd go out of business, because how do they compete with that? Still charging fees. Who's going to pay fees when they don't have to? So I think, if corporate America wants to like take the lead and take over everything, they could still like keep doing what they're doing and they could make more money because they have less overhead. But if somebody that is a disruptor comes along, they can change the whole game and they can provide way more value to society by, changing the balance. But still, this is corporate America tends to pretty much like run all a certain way. Unfortunately, like I hear what you're saying, the shareholders are really, a lot of corporate companies, that's their main, it's not servicing their customer, it's servicing their shareholders is their main objective. And that's just obviously backwards. If you're a business, your main objective should be on providing value for your customers, not the people investing in your company. But a lot of people A lot of people think money is more important than life and nature, and I mean, what can you do about that? That's like something where karma will, you just have to wait for karma to work and take its place, and these people will have a lesson in life that will hopefully make them see the light. Like right here, next thing I'm reading, NOAA AI model currently carries the duty of care, professional indemnity, insurance, or regulatory accountability that licensed financial advisors carry. So it's like now the first AI model has been given a essentially a license to be a financial advisor, but they do not have to carry those responsibilities that a human financial advisor has. So, I mean, I'm seeing major problems with this gap. And looking back at the chat, saying being real though, if you set it all up, you would need to be paid even more than the client. Maybe you can add something that is cool, that is better than an original bank, but just conceptual now anyways. And, I mean, banks make a ton of money. I totally believe you could, one person that understands AI engineering could set up a bank that's run by AI and still pay themselves millions of dollars a year and still give the bank's customers like way more value than any other bank does. You're saying maybe you can add something that's cool, that's better than the original bank, but just conceptual now anyways. Oh, definitely, 100%. That is totally what I'm thinking. You mean the idea is that the AI will know how to grow the funds also better than any bank, but that would again go to shareholders. Well, it doesn't have to be. That's what I'm saying. Like you could definitely figure out a different system than the current one. I mean, I would think even, I don't know, but I would think the need for shareholders would go way down. Is Stackivate open source? No, Stackivate is not open source. I'm having some ideas to like making it open source in the future, but I'm still learning and just kind of like building out the marketing for it right now. So just learning as I go, and definitely seeing some opportunities in certain ways that it could be. And then Macron, welcome to the chat. Respect every time. Vibing with the vibe stream. Your squad and you will swing back when you're free to show some support. That is awesome. Respect. Let me know what you guys are working on. I can check it out. And if you want to give me any advice on anything I'm building, let me know, and can just help each other get better in this game. So a few more things to read on this weekly research. All right, now that I've read the whole thing, I'm seeing the way this week's research is structured. The first part with the headline, the video angle, the competitor note, the Reddit themes, and the feature seed. That's kind of a summary of everything, if I'm understanding this correctly. And I've already mentioned like what I think about some of this stuff. But as far as the actual research itself, I'm thinking that some of this stuff I want to do more research on. Like, it's giving me just like a paragraph for each AI and fintech for education and coaching, beginner, investor, product moves. Onboarding, and then education versus advice, regulatory line. These are all major things. They have a lot to do with understanding what Stackivate is doing and what market it's in and like where everything else is going. So this is very important, especially with like, you know, just starting out this business, that I have an understanding. The main thing I am thinking is that with each paragraph that's for, I don't know what it would be, like a summary of that specific feature or whatever it's talking about in the research, could you end it by putting at least one URL if I want to get more data? Actually, I can just easily do the data by talking to a chatbot, and I could ask it about this stuff specifically. If you have it, like a good URL from actually like maybe the main company that it's talking about. But then other than that, I can just do more research and break things down more like I'm doing right now with an LLM. So everything I'm reading in the research seems legit to me. I can't think of anything else I would add right now. This looks pretty good. So now I'm gonna click mark done on this research in the this week on mission control, and I'll click mark done, and then I will send this message to you, and you can let me know any advice or any feedback from what I told you. And if there's anything we need to change, we can go through that. Anything I can understand better, we can go through that. And then we'll move on to the next part of the workflow. All right. Masked Mage YouTube. Also using AI for dating. You have it liking the profiles and even doing small talk responses based on a SOT about your life. Fully on its own. There you go. I have definitely thought about that. I've seen people who have built their own like app kind of programs for working with other dating apps for doing what basically what you're saying is like having it automatically give responses and stuff like that. So it'd be interesting to know, is that working better than you just doing it manually? I can see a lot of different reasons that it would. I have seen problems though too. Sometimes the way AI phrases things, it's like obviously AI, but I mean dating apps are such a fake, in my opinion, like a very fake representation of like actual the way things work in the world. But I do think there's a lot of like opportunity with vibe coding in business and dating apps. And that's one of my like early original ideas that I had when I first started working on like one of my first apps. Kind of like doing that, like helping people like meet each other in real life instead of through these fake dating apps. I realized that that was more of a difficult app to build for a first time builder. But now that I've built more, like I could go back to that niche and I think I could do a lot. But you know, it's just building these businesses out one business at a time. But there is a ton that can be done with dating, and I think that, I mean, as much as it's going to make things go like, you know, not people's actual responses, it'll be like AI talking to AI. It's almost like that anyway. Like people aren't being themselves on these apps. They're projecting a version of themselves that they want people to believe is true mostly. So it's really, I think AI taking over people's responses on dating apps is not going to be very much different to how things actually are right now. If anything, I think it'll just probably create more matches, more people, you know, as long as it's providing more value. As long as people are getting the value out of it, then I think that's like a good idea, basically. So it even does the messaging. Its goal is to get them to text you at your real number. Yes, it works great. I totally believe that. You use enterprise grade models and you're pretty good at getting outputs you want, and like you mentioned, the women are superficial anyway, so the AI shows enough charisma. Exactly. You're not ready to release the software yet. You do think you can get rich from it though? Oh, definitely. I mean, there's so many different areas that you could get rich right now with AI and stuff. It's just doing it. Just taking action. And you're saying yours is built and working locally. So that's, I think that's going to be like a lot of things are like people are going to build these things just locally for themselves to like solve a problem for them. And then they're going to show it to people they know. And then people are going to be like, that is awesome. Like, can you hook that up for me? And that's how I think a lot of these products are going to start. Just by people building them locally to solve their own problems, and it'll evolve into something much bigger. How is my project going? Well, money, definitely not making any money yet, but progress is definitely making progress. The marketing is going pretty much what I would expect. You know, just getting the marketing started for organic and get that system going. That's going to be at least a few months of just like creating content and getting the data so that it can start improving. It just needs like a base of data. and then I can get into other lanes of marketing once I get the data on the social. So I mean, definitely the idea of just like putting an app out and like hoping a lot of people find it quick is not something that I'm seeing. Maybe, you know, if I think from what I'm seeing, most people that do that are previously developers, so they've already been like, you know, working in the app space for a long time. They understand the marketing, they understand all that stuff a lot better. A lot of them usually have bigger followings of people they can push it to. Me, I'm starting at basically like learning this stuff from zero in a lot of ways. But I mean, I know the game I'm playing is more of a long-term game and has the potential to you know, it's like evergreen. Like this finance and AI is going to keep getting bigger and bigger. I feel like I'm getting into that market at the right time. So, you know, could always be going better, but I would have to say all right for the most part. What is my favorite tool for marketing? Well, I would have to say like AI. I think maybe an AI model. Fable 5 seems to come up with the best strategies and the best content. The scheduling tools really help a lot. Want to get into making more like video type ads and stuff like that. Alright, so here's the response to everything I was doing with the review. Oh, the 5-item pull is the handoff the rest of the week consumes. Okay. So it's barely... Okay, that makes so much more sense.
Somehow the pieces ended up everywhere. I can't believe already shooting the flare. Used to think it would last like a Rolex watch. I remember when time felt like it was stuck. How many rounds until we're tired from throwing flames into the fire?
Nope. I agree, the grade on this one should be okay. The notes make sense, digest solid and legit, pull repeated the same angle in quiz seed 3 weeks running. Source URLs missing, so that this can just get better over time. And for right now, like, I don't think we need to go and like do more research to like get more of a different angle. I think just knowing this moving forward on this week, we can implement these issues for the rest of the workflow. So for example, like you know, we should be able to see for the video ideas what's already been done and still able to use this same angle, which it is, like, you know, an angle that is repeatable basically, because Stackivate is all about having people not just have decisions made for them but making their own decisions. So that is something that should be repeated, but just through like different angles of content. Whereas like the kind of summary of this research doesn't give that extra context. It's just kind of saying the same thing over each week, which now we've become aware of, so we can change it and make it better. So for right now, I would have to say, what is the next step in this? I'm thinking it's coming up with the video ideas, so I'm not sure how that's set up originally. Let me know what the next step is, and then make the changes, make the commit and push, so that this stuff is implemented moving forward in the future, and then we can go on to the next step, unless you see anything that needs to be brought to my attention. Definitely, like, when I first got into like building out these agents, I was like, oh, this is gonna be so easy. But there's so many different things that I'm learning that the agents are not aware of. Like, they do really good work, but they need to be definitely managed. If I just let them run and didn't change anything, I don't think there would be much progress. So definitely, AI is not... It needs a human in the loop, in my opinion. And that just goes back to like people trusting their money with AI to make decisions for their investments. And I'm someone who uses AI a lot. I can see so many problems with that. And then knowing that you can't be insured. Looking back at the chat, how is the X marketing going? It is going good. I would have to say, so far for Stackivate, X is getting the most reach, and I've already got a few reply posts on X for Stackivate already, and I mean, I haven't even been doing it, I feel like, a month now, and I've gotten a few that have reached into like 1,000, over 1,000 impressions. So I mean, that's like, I've already, you know, gotten this business, its existence, to over 1,000 people just from this organic marketing so far, and it's not even been a month. So I could only imagine 6 months from now, 4 months from now, when this system is really set and it's really just like working the way it's supposed to, and I've got it all dialed in, and I've got other systems with marketing going to, building off of that. I mean, it's just a matter of time. It's just like putting in the work, not knowing you're going to be rewarded for it, and just sticking with it. Because so many people with business stuff, I mean, to them, like, knowing that they have to put in all this work and not see any return for it in the beginning stages is usually what I see what makes people quit. Alright, next step is the news video. for the board's running order. Is that what I'm seeing? I don't think that's what I'm seeing. Content pull. This is the same thing, isn't it? Okay, that's definitely something. All right, so first, the main thing is, like, I just want to make sure that if the 5-paragraph summary of the research is all that's being passed along to all the other agents, is that really enough for them to, like, make good decisions and to create good content? I'm not so sure. I think that they might need more context, because to me it seems if that's all they're getting, that might not be enough context. That being said, I want to know what you think. I'm not ready to decide on that FCA story. That might be what I pick, but I want to actually see the output of, like, different choices. So I'm thinking that for each video, like the news video, the feature video, each one of these should have 3 different video ideas. And, you know, even though it could still be, like, only one feature that was, like, researched, hopefully there's, like, more than one idea for features to select from. But even if there is only one, there could still be 3 different ways to, you know, present that feature in 3 different video ideas. So it looks like if the next part of the workflow is video ideas, that's not what I'm seeing on Mission Control. On Mission Control, the first agent is run the research. And then the second agent, it says you are here, is the content pull. And it says 5 items. The headline, the video angle, competitor note, Reddit themes, and feature seed. And when I click see the 5 items, it looks like it's just showing me the exact same research that I just read and marked as done under the agent run the research card. So help me clear up this confusion. Why is the next card in line for the workflow saying it's the content pull agent? And to me, it looks like it's showing me the exact same research that I already marked as being done. So I don't know if this is like an unnecessary repetitive step or if there's something I'm not understanding, that it is showing different information in some way. But then after this, the next thing I see is it's like a human in the loop step for me, post research Q&A. So is that the next step? Does that need to be done before the video ideas are made? Go ahead and help me understand all this stuff before we go into selecting any videos and doing any kind of verification. I want to make sure this system is running right. And another thing that's crazy to me from marketing is, like, basically what I'm seeing is possible now with marketing. I'm really, like, trying to stay on, like, cutting edge of like where AI and marketing are being used together and like what's possible now. And from what I'm seeing, like most people have not implemented even like the very beginning simple things to do. I mean, right now it's like what's possible with marketing and with AI right now is just at a different level. And the price of like advertising right now with AI is insanely low for the amount of output you can get. Honestly, like it's weird because I thought like the way that marketing would go was that most people like would start using AI and start creating personal brands and start marketing something like, you know, everybody's marketing even themselves, even if it's just on like LinkedIn for like their career. But I'm really not seeing that at the extent that I thought I would. I thought that that would happen really quick. It seems like it's like really slow for people, just everyday people, to implement using AI for, I mean, even if they don't have a business, they're still marketing themselves in different ways. And I'm not seeing that. But then in finance, like, I thought it'd be at least another year before the stuff that's being implemented in finance is already being implemented, and the way it's moving so fast. So like I'm covering AI in so many different ways. I'm covering AI in like a general sense of like the tools and how they're being used to create things for like business, creating business systems, taking it even like more specific. But then I'm covering AI as far as like finance goes in AI, and then also looking at like consciousness and health and mind body connections and stuff like that. And just building out these one system at a time. And there's so many different areas of this, but just putting in the work, that's the main thing. Just gotta learn by building. Like, I can study this stuff all day, but until I actually build something and like use it, that's when the real learning comes. Okay, so to understand this correctly, essentially, the first and the second card are the same thing. So I don't see the need for having two different cards. Unless there's something confusing the way this order is set up right now. Because it shows an arrow going from the second card that was the repetitive one for content pull to the next step over. Like it's skipping a step to go to the feature gate. But I want to keep this like as simple as possible just to start. And that second card should not be there if it's not necessary for the content pull, if it's just the same thing that's being done with the first card. So if anything, just note that, like, make the first card have the research is ran and then the content pull. Or really, like, the first card, if it's just running the research, it should just show me, like, when the last run was and that it worked. So the first card can just show me that, okay, the research has been run. So I know that that's been done. Then the second card can be, like, the research and the content pull. And then that's where I can, you know, see the entire research with the 5 items. Mark it as done on the second card. Now the third card should be the 5 structured questions. I should be able to answer those through the dashboard. So there should be like a button so I can answer these questions. And I can do this whole workflow from the dashboard. So you're saying that I already answered the questions just by giving you my response to the research when I was giving it. But just for now, show me what the questions are. I'm guessing they're not going to change from week to week unless I like manually tell you to change them in a certain way. So I just want to be able to see on the card for right now for the post-research Q&A that I can click a button and it shows me the questions and then gives me like you know, like text boxes that I can answer each question in from the dashboard. And then after that's done, I can mark it as done. So for right now, just create the questions and then fill in the text boxes with the information that you got as my answer from earlier, so I can just see how this is set up. And let me know what you think out of everything I just told you, and we can go from there. Wonder why that is not showing. It's weird. Oh, duh. It's the scroll bar at the bottom. That makes sense, alright. There we go. It's already looking better. All right. That's not like the whole thing either. I thought like you just build the agents and then you set them up and they run, but you got to manage them. You got to have some kind of dashboard because setting them up and then managing them through the terminal kind of defeats the purpose. All right, the new part, the post-research Q&A. That is working now. The main thing I'm seeing is that fintech and AI is progressing much quicker than I thought, and that most of the new ideas coming out were ideas that I already had a few months ago that I was trying to implement. So it seems like most of the bigger organizations are pushing these advancements forward right now. And it takes them a long time to turn an idea into reality, like months longer than a creator like myself. But then the main thing with this field right now is that the regulatory side and these bigger institutions seem like they have the regulators on their side. So I have to be more careful than them, I feel like, when it comes to regulations. But I can build faster than them. And honestly, I think that a creator like me can provide a lot more value to society, or has that intention in most cases. I'm very skeptical that a lot of these banks and bigger organizations that implement this technology are not going to be providing more value to a consumer. They're just going to be making consumers feel like they have to make less decisions and they can manage things easier, but they're not going to see like a better return on their investments or a better return on their savings. I think just the banks are going to benefit by getting more money, but we'll have to let that play out and see. Save, now mark the card done. Okay. Alright, so I went through and did those questions. Only one of the questions was blank. And that was number 4, a real moment from your week the content can use. So I filled that in. Let me know what you think for that answer, because I wasn't 100% sure that I was like providing like the right kind of answer that would give the most value to this system, if that makes sense. So if you see any way that I could have answered better, let me know. So I marked that as done, and then I noticed that for the this week in mission control, number 2 is listen and decide, but after I marked the third card from step 1 done, it takes me to step 3, and it skips step 2. Which, to me, I think that makes sense. But I'm not sure if step 2, the listen and decide, the Reddit listening, the feature gate, and build the tool, those look like those, I'm not sure if those are necessary, that they need to be done before the video stuff is done. But let me know, like, am I confused on this workflow? Is it just written in the wrong order? For this week, on mission control, on the dashboard, let me know what you think. Should things be rearranged, or am I just trying to move in the wrong order and skip to the videos next? Because it's skipping from 1 to 3. So let me know about that, and let me know about that answer I just filled in for the weekly post-research Q&A. Just hit 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. Alright, that must mean something good. Either way. Alright, okay. Nope. All right, I will go with your recommendation and just keep it so far on the flow the way the cards are set up. So I clicked on the card for the first video that takes me to the workflow for the first video, like it should. However, the first card for that, I should be able to click it and get the 3 different ideas for the first video, and then I can choose from one and then mark it as done. But it's only giving me the option to mark it as done for that first card. So make a change so I can click on that pick the story card. If that is the right place, like I think it's supposed to be, that I would pick from the 3 different stories, and maybe do something like put like a star or something next to your choice that you think would be the best idea. Just so it's labeled so I know like the 3 ideas and which one you think is best, and maybe even like a short why you think it's the best. But add those to that first card so I can click on that card if that's the right place for it. If not, explain to me why not and where it actually should be. Welcome to the chat, Triple Play. Bro, you want to learn? Well, you're in the right place. Learning the right thing as far as I'm concerned. I think this is going to be like some of the most valuable skills that that you can have as far as business goes. So feel free to let me know if you have any questions or comments, and welcome to the stream. All right, that first card, pick the story. I like how that's set up. I picked the idea that you recommended, and I think already with this workflow that kind of I already picked, or it already automatically picked the idea for this news video and created like the outline and the script and everything that goes with it that I can see in the project folder. Content, videos, yup. Yeah, I see it under content and videos, so it seems like it was already created. And I think it's for the same idea that I just picked anyway. But that like might be a problem in the future if that gets created before I even pick the idea. So just so like that needs to be created after I pick the idea. Check to make sure that that aligns, that that the idea aligns. And basically now I'm looking at the videos, and even though it said it was created, I was looking at the wrong date. I was looking at last month, but I don't see the video script under videos with today's date. So maybe I was wrong about that, about the script and everything already being created. But either way, once I pick the idea from the dashboard on that card, I marked it as done like I just did. It's showing me you are here, and it wants to verify the facts, and it just gives me the option to mark as done. So I don't really understand this. Is there an agent that's already set up to do this? And how does it know when to do this? Basically, you know, if I'm working with you in this project, you could just use my subscription and verify it right now. And then there should be like something on the card showing me that like you did your job and it's marked as done, or that the agent did its job. So basically what I want ultimately is that an agent sees that I picked the idea, and then it automatically goes and verifies the facts. So it knows to fire after from this dashboard when I show that I picked the idea. Then the agent, like, from what I understand, would be an agent in the cloud. I don't know if we already set that agent up. I think we did. That's going to verify the facts. So help me understand, is this how this is set up right now? Would you think that's the best way to set this up? If not, what do you think is the best way? And help me through this part, because it says you are here now, and it just wants me to mark as done. But I don't even know that this stuff has been verified. So there's got to be some way for me to see that it was verified. I don't know if I can like click a button to read a report that it was verified and anything that might have came up, and then I can mark it as done. Let me know what you think. Right, here we go. Alright, that looks like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Alright, I like this new card for verify the facts. I read the verification, I marked it as done, and from what I understand, the verification should, in this case especially, make the video script better. It's not just verifying the information, it's like using the information from the verification to make the script better. That's what it sounds like it's doing. Right now you're saying that there's no agent to do this. I'm just going to do it manually with you. That's fine for right now and like maybe the next couple runs. But that prevents me from being able to do this from the cloud, from anywhere, on my phone or a tablet, which is the goal. So take a note that there should be an agent that that does this, that I'm not reliant on you to do it. So then moving to the next thing, we got, it's moving saying I am here. The next card is the script. It says rundown plus outline, full story rundown first, then the seven beats brand thread close before the CTA. It's only giving me the option to mark as done. So it looks like the next card too is me, your pass on the script, read the rundown, tweak the outline until it sounds like you. And it seems to me like both these cards are basically like doing the same thing. So if I'm understanding this correctly, this would really only need to be one card. One card for me that I can click to see the full story rundown. Maybe I'm not understanding this correctly. Does that basically mean the script? If it's not, then I'm just confused and I'm just looking at the rundown of the script, but not the actual script. I still need a way to see it before I can mark it as done. It's not giving me that option. Then for my pass on the script, there's nowhere for me to click to see the script so I can read it. And then there should be like, I can click that card, click something on the card to see the script, and then it should have like a text box for me giving any kind of advice on anything like I want to change, or even like a set of questions that's asking me something specifically about each script that I can be answering with text boxes to answer each question. Let me know whatever you think is the best way to handle this part, because to me it seems like it's kind of repetitive. And then we can go from there, and make sure you take that note to, that I do want to build that agent for verifying the facts. All right, I read that script. I did not have any feedback. Everything looked good. Um, I'm thinking I might have feedback after I actually like record it. But for right now, I did not have any feedback, which is not necessary, so I still marked it as done. What? So on to the next card. This is Visual Aid Deck, and it's just giving me the option to mark as done. So what I want is a button that I can actually view the deck. I don't know if it would have to pull up the deck on another tab on another browser, or I mean on this same browser. It definitely should not like close down the dashboard to open up the browser to show me the deck. If there's a way that it can just show me the deck without even leaving this browser, if I can just like see it by clicking the card and like it shows me the deck just like it showed me a script, that would be better. But if I have to like click the card and click a button that'll open up another tab to show me the deck, and then there can be a text box in the card that I can say like any changes that I want to be made to that deck, and then mark it as done when I'm like happy with it. So let me know if you understand all this stuff correctly, where I'm at and what I want to see. And if you have any pushback or any advice or anything at all, any questions, let me know. And if not, go ahead and build it the way I'm talking about if you agree that's a good way to do it. And then I'll check it out and let you know what I think. I'll be back. Yeah. Right. All right, I'm impressed how you did that last card, so I'm able to see the visual aid. I did not have any recommendations to change it or make it better. I marked it as done. It moved me to the next card, which is the thumbnail. it's saying this is me and not the agent. Um, but I mean, the agent still needs to create the prompts, and it's not giving me any option to see the prompts. So what I want to do later is make it so once the prompts are good and I'm not having to change them that much, is essentially it can just generate the thumbnails. So I'm not just looking at prompts and running them myself manually. It'll just automatically generate the actual thumbnails, and then I can just select the thumbnails. So mark that as like in the future how I want to build it out. But for right now, give me an option on this card so that I can click to view the thumbnail prompts. And I'm not sure about reviewing them though. Like, is there a way I can bring you the actual file paths for the prompts? Maybe this is not something I should have the agents doing. This is just something that if I manually see that there's something I don't like and I want to change, I can bring it to you. And the agents can just like create the thumbnail prompts. And then another agent, I don't know how that would work right now, would make it thumbnails, and then from this card I can just see the thumbnails. I'm kind of confused on this because what I think is that over time I'll have to be like checking this less and less. But anyways, for right now, make it so that I can look at this card, click a button to view the prompts, and then I will generate the thumbnails and I'll bring them back to you in this chat in VS Code and have you look at them, and then we can decide on which ones to choose. So I think this thumbnail card or thumbnail step part needs to be like built out more in the future and decided how that's going to work. For right now, I'm not really sure. So let me know what you think of where I'm at with this thumbnail step. Right now, help me understand where it is right now. Is an agent actually making the prompts right now? In the future, can I have it so that the agent actually generates the thumbnails from GBT Images 2.0, and when I click on the card, it can just show me the actual thumbnails so I don't have to manually do that part. And then change this card right now so I can actually like click a button so I can see the thumbnails or the thumbnail prompts, and then I can go generate them and bring them to you in the VS Code chat, and we can go from there. Deep Web Impact, what is up? Looking back at the chat. Good to see you back. I'm just working on these agents, building out this first agent team, making it so I can control it through my dashboard and not be locked into any model. Don't want to be locked into any model. I want to be free to have AI work how I want it to work. Deep web impact. You fell off the face of the earth for a little bit. Well, good thing you made it back. Gravity is powerful. Always bringing us back. But hey, I mean, that's life. Sometimes you might drift from time to time. So looking back at the chat, have I seen the open source AI that's beating Fable in some benchmarks? I'm not sure that I have. Kimmy K3. Okay, I've been hearing a lot about Kimmy recently. I have heard that claim, but I have not looked into specifically how it's beating Fable in some of the benchmarks. And I'm super excited to try out more of these models now that I've got this first team of agents, and I can easily just switch models with my agents and try like each agent. You know, it's going to make it so much easier to evaluate these models because each agent has a different task, and I'll understand what that task like entails, like what kind of skills it takes and stuff like that. So I'll get used to like seeing that same task done over and over, and then I can just switch out and like replace different models, and it records like the cost and the time each model takes, and then I pretty much have to score the quality of the output. But this is opening up a whole new world, and I can basically just like just switch the models with the different agents, and it'll be so much easier to like tell the difference between the different models. Because for right now, I mean, like Kimmy K probably can beat Fable 5 at certain tasks, but like by how much? Is it like how significant is it? And for the most part, what I see is like, you know, even like GPT 5.6 and Opus 5 and Fable 5 doing like the most kind of like common tasks, which is like generating, you know, doing reasoning and generating answers and stuff. The difference is really like not that big from what I see. When I do certain tests myself for like certain tasks, even if one model is better, it's only better by like a little bit. I'm not seeing like big differences. So it's just managing time. Like, is really taking a ton of time to use the exact best model worth the time when these models keep getting better and a new version is going to be out next week? But if it's a local model, then that really changes things, because I mean, obviously a local model should be like free, running it on your computer locally, basically. So I mean, I just gotta like try out all these different models and like have my own way to kind of grade them. So this is definitely good to hear. I'd like to hear more about it. You're saying 5 times cheaper than Fable. That would make sense. And in that case, then it's totally worth seeing where I can use that instead of Fable 5. So thank you for letting me know about that. And I'll definitely, when you come back in the future, don't feel free to ask if I've tried any of the different models with my agents and what I've learned. And I'll definitely let you know what I think. Alright, that's the second image. looking at all 6 of the images, the main thing I'm seeing is that what I thought it was set up was that for each idea, it would have 2 variations. One variation giving a blank space for me to put my picture on, and the other variation not giving that blank space. And it doesn't seem to be doing that. So change it so that moving forward in the future it does that. So there's 3 different styles. Each style has 2 images. The first one having room, a space to put my face. The second one not, but it's like the same thing. Just one has space for my face. And then you should be doing 2 different styles that have already been logged as being like successful, whether from validation from the data or from validation from the research that you ran. And then one of them, the third style, should be trying out something new that you think would work based on just all the information you have, data, and anything else you can do to get input on what you might think would work. So take those for notes for how to run this like prompt generation in the future. And then let me know what you think based off of these images, which image is the best. And just remember that I still have to wait like I think another month before I can do split testing on this new account for YouTube. So I just have to pick one image for right now. And let me know what you think that is for the best one. Or if you think that you could alter any of these thumbnails to make them better, feel free to let me know and we can do that. Looking back at the chat, C-Film's asking, what is the favorite part of the new to work on? So I'm guessing you're saying favorite part of the new new like agent fleet or agent team that I'm building. I would have to say favorite part to work on is getting the actual data and reasoning with AI about what's working and what's not working to just make the system better each week. Also, I like generating the images. That's kind of fun too. And overall, I like I definitely look forward to seeing the research each week, seeing how this certain area of tech is advancing, and just where the future seems to be moving towards, the trends, stuff like that. And then Deep Web is asking, I would probably be more productive and more enjoyable if I used Obsidian Vaults instead of VS Code projects. So I actually have both of them. But Deep Web, if you're still there, I'd like to know why you're saying this. Because I do use both together. And I see definitely benefits to using both. And You're talking about using Obsidian vaults instead of VS Code projects. And I'd like to know your reasoning. Why do you think an Obsidian vault is better than just a VS Code project? Because I'm not sure why you think that, but I definitely have my opinions on like why working both or using both of them together is better than just using like one or the other. And I honestly, I never even thought of like using an Obsidian vault instead of VS Code. I always thought of it as something that like is more like an addition, that it's not gonna like replace everything VS Code does. And okay, C-Films is saying, just clarification on that last question. What is the favorite part of Stackivate company project to work on? I like building out the app. I like building out features of the app. I've always liked marketing. Right now, I'm really just like focusing only on the marketing for the most part and adding like a small feature each week. So honestly, I would have to say is the marketing. But I'm really looking forward to when I start getting like a steady stream of paid users and I can start working in the CRM and start understanding the data of like how to make the project better and working with that data to build like a better product or service. And Deep Web is saying VS Code is a lot more focused on coding, whereas Obsidian has like mind mapping and linking between notes and multimedia. Okay, I'm definitely aware of that. So I guess the main thing, where do you see, so like say I just used one or the other, which I'm not even sure like how to use. You know, even with my Obsidian, I'm using VS Code to manage it. So I'm not sure, like, why do you think it would be better if I were to, like, to just use Obsidian with AI? That's something I've never really, like, heard that perspective before. Alright, so they're saying it's number 1. Phone plus Vault. Yep, that's what that looks like. Alright, so I can save that. I agree. I'm going to go with that first one. The ChatGPT can read your bank account. I'm going to put my picture in the blank space. And I'm going to use that for the thumbnail for this video. That being said, I did notice that the way the workflow is set up, I think it would make more sense to record the video before I do the thumbnail and the description and tags and community post. So change the order so that after I check the visual aid deck and possibly make changes, that the next step should be to record. And then after record, then I would package. And the thumbnail should be part of the packaging. So there should be, packaging should be the cards for description, tags, and community post. If anything, we can split up so the community post is its own separate card that goes with each video. But that's fine for now. But what I want you to do is, like I just said, so that the packaging comes after the recording. So it'd be like record, package, and then ship. So go ahead and make those changes. And also for logging the thumbnail, whichever thumbnail I'm going to use, should I be logging that so that the system knows? Or does that kind of automatically happen when it just like when another agent goes back and looks at the analytics? Let me know what you think.
Overdose. Get unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players. All day. Get unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players. All day. Get unexplainable layers, unattainable prayers with unsustainable players.
So looking back at the chat, Deep Web is saying that VS Code is a lot more focused on coding. Okay, I was already reading that, and I already understood that. You're not saying to use Obsidian for coding, but you're saying for your video idea scripts, the thumbnails, it would be better. I see what you're saying, definitely. And, for generating the content. So it has my Obsidian, so it knows me and it knows my voice. And it can use the wiki from the Obsidian, which it should already be doing, but thanks for bringing that up, because I want to double check with Claude to make sure it's actually using. I know it's hooked up, but I haven't like checked to make sure it's actually using it correctly and verified. And Gemini and C Films is saying Gemini keeps not interpreting your questions the way you would like. I'm not really sure what to tell you on that one, other than just use whatever LLM works best for you. I know most of the time with certain like simple questions, Gemini works really well for me. But I see what you're saying, because like I was talking to somebody who understood some things about systems that I didn't understand on a certain level, and like I was giving Gemini the questions based on how he phrased them, but like he wasn't giving me enough context for Gemini to give me the correct answer. And because he was there, he could see how Gemini was like giving me the wrong answer on certain things. But it was because I didn't give Gemini enough information. Like I wasn't phrasing my prompts to Gemini correctly to get the right output, but I didn't know, because I didn't understand what he was talking about. But he was able to catch that and like point me in the right direction. So I mean, that's kind of AI in general, is like it can be like that sometimes. And I think the best thing to say is just like, if you notice that on a certain area of questioning, then just use a different LLM. Try asking that same question to a different LLM and just stick with whatever. I'm getting better at like knowing certain kind of questions are better to ask certain LLMs, and the more I use it, the more I can like use different models for different tasks and understand what works best, stuff like that. So Deep Web is saying you can create maps and knowledge bases. I've already seen that happen before. The knowledge base, I'm not so familiar with that terminology, but definitely I've like used the map view. I think the knowledge base is basically just like another way to say the wiki. And you're saying if you're using a model with a nice big context window, you can get some very, very professional AI assistant experience if you want that. And I'm not sure which, you're saying if I'm using a model with a big context window, so that'd be like an AI model. You can get some very personal AI assistant experience if you want that. Like you're saying with like the Obsidian Vault, I think is what you mean, is you're saying that when you have an Obsidian vault, then you can have an AI assistant go through the vault and give you insights and stuff like that, which I find way more valuable than I could have ever imagined. I never was one to like journal on a daily or almost daily basis. I was more about just like setting goals like once a year or something like that, or once a month. But now that I'm doing a combination of goals and journaling, and Obsidian is seeing that, and I can have an AI model that's like going through and doing a weekly review, it's giving me a lot of really good insight, and it's definitely motivating me to use it more. That being said, I want to take a note right now to do a better goals tracking on Obsidian. Create a system on Obsidian to track goals yearly and monthly. So definitely, it looks like I'm understanding this pretty well. From what you're saying, I've already been using it. I'm just not sure if it's working right. So I need to like do some more tests to look into that. And take that note too, actually. Talk with Claude to make sure that my content creation system for marketing is using my wiki with Obsidian correctly to help it create the correct kind of data and content. So then C-Films is saying what he noticed is that if he's too broad with his questions, sometimes they don't answer the question you were trying to ask. You have to be more specific and detailed with your prompts. Definitely. The better, the better detail and specifics that you have, the better output you're gonna get. But it's like also knowing where to be specific and where to be detailed. And that, I think, just comes from working with different LLMs over time and asking questions and getting different outputs. So I think, like, everybody's different. Everybody's brain works differently. I don't think it's like one size fits all that, like, a certain LLM is best for a certain task. I think it's more the user. Because everybody does things kind of differently and thinks differently, and that can really affect the output you're getting. So one system might work better for one person, another system might work better for another person. And Deep Web is saying, for instance, you have a ZDR endpoint, Nemotron Ultra AI. From what I understand, that's is that what you call it, NVIDIA local machine? I gotta look this up, actually. I was just talking to somebody on the chat, and they mentioned that they have a and this is connected to their notes, calendar, schedule, guide, shopping list, bookmarks, and it just is able to answer any question. Explain to me what this ZDR endpoint Nemotron Ultra AI is. My thought, I think it's just like a local machine from NVIDIA, but I'm not sure. And explain to me how this would be different than just doing what I'm doing, which is having Obsidian and controlling the Obsidian vault through my Claude Code terminal and VS Code. Okay, the Nemotron Ultra is an AI model developed by NVIDIA. I knew it was NVIDIA, but it's a model. It's not like a local machine. ZDR endpoint, zero data retention, simply means an API connection that guarantees zero data retention. None of their personal notes, calendar items, shopping lists get saved or logged to the AI provider's server after the answer is generated. Okay, so that's for like privacy. Connected to no calendar schedule. They hook this model up to personal productivity tools using function calling model tools so the AI can read and edit their day-to-day life data. So very similar to what Obsidian is. It seems like your own kind of like Obsidian agent, basically. So it's not a local machine, but it could be. I mean, you could be running it on a local machine, but that's I get where I was confused before. So this is definitely different from Obsidian in certain ways. Like the functioning. This can do more like personal scheduling and like controlling shopping lists. Obsidian is more like managing just the data and tracking stuff. But I'm getting to the point where I'm like trying to like incorporate agents with my Obsidian to do like certain tasks and stuff like that. So like seems like yours is more of like a personal assistant and mine using Obsidian is like something I have to build a personal assistant on top of if I wanted to do that stuff. Research building personal assistant features on top of Obsidian for doing these tasks that are not done yet. Okay, so back to the chat. C Films is saying, he asked Gemini, do you like broad or more specific questions, more to answer, and why? It said it definitely preferred specific questions, though both have their place. Definitely. I feel like it kind of depends on what you're talking about, what you're asking about, and what kind of context it already has. I think that's one of the main things I'm looking at when I talk to Gemini is like, does it require the context of what's going on in my project? Sometimes it does just barely, and I'll still use it because it's just so much quicker than like grilling Claude like 5 questions about something. But like Claude has all the context and all the like stuff in the project. So it's just like knowing the trade-off and understanding this stuff, I think. And Deep Web is saying technically Fable is best for like everything. However, spending $15 for a glorified summarizer or conversational model is a really bad idea. Exactly. Fable is like, at a lot of things, it's better than everything else, but like, how much is it better? Maybe by like, you know, the way that like OpenRouter and certain sites rank it is it's only like, you know, maybe like 2 or 5% better output than like the next model that's close to it, but the price is like over double. So it's like, you might be getting a output that's like 2% better than like GPT 5.6, but you're paying more than double the cost. So it's really knowing like what tasks, maybe you have a certain task where that 2% better is like totally worth the cost, but I'm thinking most of them probably not. So that's why this helps even more to have all these separate agents that where you break the tasks down into specific agent, and then you can just switch the model of the agent and then collect all the data of like, you know, how long it takes for each model to do what it does and how much it costs and anything else that goes with that, the quality of the output, really, and just like making these systems better over time. Whereas like just doing day-to-day stuff that you would be using with GPT and switching models, I think it maybe makes it more difficult to be able to tell like how models are actually different unless you're doing a specific task that you've done over and over. But anyways, definitely getting to understand this better. Talking about zero data retention, ZDR, I get that now. That's super important with business especially. You're saying it just like if you use a calendar plugin for Obsidian, and I've got that in there. I've got calendar with my Obsidian, and also stored everything in your Obsidian. So that's basically is like what I'm seeing is like I am storing pretty much everything and more each week in Obsidian. Each week I do an update. But from what I understand, Obsidian does not have that zero data retention. Maybe I could find a way to use certain models that could give it that feature. So, C Films is asking what AI LLM is best for keeping context from previous prompts and using it in the current prompt's answer so you do not have to repeat the same details in every prompt. I definitely think that's going to be like probably not much difference between like the main frontier models, but the main thing is like, are you working in like a project folder? Like, are you just using the LLM, or are you using the LLM inside of a project folder? So I don't think the models are going to be that much different in what you're asking. I think the main difference is going to come to, are you using the LLM within a project folder that has more information? If you're just using the LLM, then it's probably going to be like task by task, might even be one model is better than the other. And it sounds like Deep Web kind of agrees with me. Probably Fable or GPT 5.6. You could use DeepSeek or Nemotron for simpler tasks. Some people say Quen is good for that. You haven't used Quen though. And Obsidian can use any AI model. This is true. So, you know, this is so new. I mean, it's crazy because like all these new models are coming out like every week. It seems like there's a new model coming out. And the updates, like I'm saying, usually they're like only, it's not like massively better unless maybe once in a while a certain feature that's new, like now the browser control is getting way better. But I mean, the time it takes to go and try every new model each week and determine like how much better is it really, and like is that really worth the opportunity cost every time? I think no. I think you've got to be a really good manager of AI to understand like how much time you have as a human being. Maybe you could set up some kind of system to test all these new models with certain tasks and make it easier like that. But going in like feeling like you have to understand every new model and trying it out just to test it and get a like read on it, I don't think that's the best like use of time. But you still got to understand this stuff and just know how to like be efficient in like trying it out. All right, so let's see, where was I? Back to the code. Makes sense. Deck, record. Still doesn't give me a place to choose the thumbnail prompt. Alright. And looking back at the chat, you're saying most model lineups can be summarized in like one sentence. I agree. Yeah, that's what I've seen too. So it's definitely just having access to that information. But I think when it really comes down to it, like, you know, having agents that do one specific task and being able to toggle between different models and just trying like a different model every week or every month that are super close is really kind of like the only way that you can get a good read, because everything is so broad. I think like saying like one model is better for a certain task, there's probably use cases where like that might not be true for certain tasks. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, the difference is like you just gotta make sure, like, you know, it's worth your time to actually be like trying out these different models. But you know, we're all here too. That's the main thing, is like we can like come in the chat and then share our experiences with different tasks with different models. So awesome. Definitely check out Kimmy. Let me know what you think. That's on my list of models to try. I've just been holding off on like really trying out all these different models until I get these agents like to where they're stable and I'm like familiar with what their outputs are. Because I definitely think that that's like a huge, I think one of the biggest benefit, or one of the highest leverage skills that anyone could have right now with AI is understanding how to build and run agents efficiently. And a big part of that is understanding all the different models and what they're good for, and just knowing off the top of your head, like, okay, I'm building this new agent that does this job, and whatever model is probably going to be the best for it from the start. So I think that's a huge, like, there's a ton of value in knowing, like, the right model for the right skill, basically, and the right task. That's about all I know from Kimmy K3, is that it's an open source Chinese model. I heard that it is better than Fable on some benchmarks, and that it's cheaper. But you're saying it probably sounds like it hallucinates more than Fable. Which, like, if you've got an agent that's running a specific task week by week, and it doesn't hallucinate that much, and you're familiar with, like, you can just verify by checking the task, you'll know if it hallucinates. Then maybe it's worth the extra cost if you know you can, like, if you can manually catch the hallucination because you know the niche that well. Then I think in that case it might be worth it to just try it out, and you can just manually catch it. All right, awesome. So all right, so looking back at the chat, you're saying it hallucinates way more than Fable. Okay, that's good to know. But that's partially because Anthropic has generally some of the best for hallucination rates compared to ChatGPT. It's worse, but not that much worse. From some of the hallucination benchmarks you've seen, the rate for Kimi is about 5% worse than GPT, and GPT is about 10% worse than Fable. So, I mean, depending on what you're doing, that can be like not that big of a deal or a really big deal. Main thing with these agents is, it's going to carry those hallucinations if you don't catch it, and then they will compound. For what I'm doing, it is a big deal, definitely. Very big deal, especially in certain areas like the data. If it gets that data wrong, then it's going to be using the wrong data for analysis, and then it will compound that wrong data, and every run it's going to have like 5% of data or 15% of whatever it is be wrong, and then that'll compound, so it'll just, like, before you know it, it'll just, from what I understand, like, that's the biggest risk from what I see. And I'm guessing that's why you're saying, for what I'm doing, it's a big deal. So if there's something else you see that I'm not understanding, feel free to let me know, because this is definitely like a big deal in building these agents right. And this is just another thing I had no idea when I first started building these agents out. But now I'm understanding things like drift and like the hallucinations and how that affects the agents in the pipeline, and in the future, stuff like that. So definitely very important. We want to go ahead and definitely, and like what you're saying, like for what you do, it doesn't even matter. It's all about the different task you're doing. It really is an important yet personal wager. You audit all your code, your AI makes, so it's fine. That makes sense. Definitely, like, it's like with AI, it's so hard to like categorize everything like in a certain box. Everything's kind of different based on not just like the task, but the user and the way they do the task, the way they think. So definitely interesting. All right. Let's see. All right, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value, as I would say. So, sometime in the last few weeks, ChatGPT quietly became a personal finance app. Not a chatbot that talks about money, a real one People are connecting their actual bank accounts, their actual investment accounts, and letting an AI read all of it. And here's the part almost nobody's talking about. When that AI gets a money question wrong, and it already has publicly, there is no one to hold it accountable. Not the app, not the AI. So today I want to walk you through what this thing actually is, what it can and cannot do. And the one question you should be asking yourself before you ever hand AI your money. This is real life. So, what actually happened? ChatGPT launched finances. It officially launched May 15th for the pro users in the US, and it just opened up to the wider audience, to plus users, June 25th. So it's been running about a month now through web, iOS, and Android. It links real accounts through Plaid. This is the connector behind Venmo and Robinhood. It essentially lets you connect your bank accounts and other finance accounts right into GPT Finance. So this has over 12,000 institutions that can be connected. It can read your balances, your transactions, your investments, subscriptions, liabilities, and puts this all into a dashboard with plain English and lets you answer his questions. So, I mean, this has already been around for a long time. Plaid has already been like connecting people's bank accounts to different transactions, different features that they've been doing. But now it's going more into AI. And I mean, someone could have already had this information and put it inside of a, a custom database that they built, and then had AI ask questions based on that information. Now it's just getting more simpler for anybody to basically hook this up. So what does this mean in plain English? This is what budgeting apps tried to be for a decade, with a conversation on top. So budgeting apps have already been basically trying to use this information to help people and make money usually. So now the appeal is real. No more spreadsheets, no setup. Feels like a money savvy friend who can read everything. So it's got access to all the financial information you want to give it. It's not a niche experiment. This is mainstream consumer behavior as of this month. So what it can do, it can read through all your balances. It can see all your financial information that you want to give it. What it cannot do, this is the important part, move around your money, pay your bills, place any trades, buy or sell any financial assets. It can only read and interpret. It cannot act on your behalf. So right now the capability is read only. So here's the catch. A licensed advisor owes you a duty of care. It carries indemnity insurance. It answers to a regulator. The AI has none of that, and it is not registered to give advice. So here's the ISA story. ChatGPT and Copilot said 25,000 pounds. The limit is 20,000. Pounds being currency, being European, like UK, like British pounds. So they were telling people that a certain investment platform, that for tax reasons they could put up to 25,000 pounds on there. But in reality, the limit was 20,000 pounds. So it's already given a mass amount of people advice that is wrong. And essentially it gave it to them in a manner that was very confident, specific, and looked right, but it was actually wrong. So the model is built to produce a plausible answer, not to own your outcome. And essentially, it's trying to keep it asset neutral and not preachy. This is not an anti-OpenAI story. I'm not trying to say that this is all bad. There's just some certain aspects to this that I think a lot of people are not very aware of, when at the end of the day, the value that's being provided to most people through this probably outweighs the benefits. And if they're aware, or outweighs the things that can go wrong. And if they're aware of the issues that could essentially go wrong, and they can navigate through these, then it just makes the benefit even better. So here's the bigger shift. On July 6th, the FCA's commissioned Mills Review, 147 pages, urged examining whether LLMs like GPT, Claude, and Gemini belong under financial advice rules. More than 1 in 4 UK consumers already trust chatbots for financial direction. They're mostly unaware protections do not extend, as I was saying. And this is bigger right now in Europe because right now in America, it seems like the verdict is that it's not going to be regulated. They're not currently working on regulations from what I understand. And this was as much as like I understood about a week to 2 weeks ago. But right now in Europe, in the UK, they are starting the process to put in regulations, but they're still letting people use this and the regulations are not set yet. So right now they essentially don't exist anywhere from what I understand. So every bank and fintech is racing to bolt AI onto your money. The direction of travel is fewer decisions in your hands. So here's the flip. I am skeptical that this is actually going to make consumers any richer. I think that this just makes them decide less. This just offers them the ability to make it easier, which will take away their decision-making process in regards to their money. Essentially, what I'm seeing is that these institutions and banks are taking people's decision-making process away in the return of giving them like more ease and more features. But at the end of the day, the question is not, is the AI right? Is what are you actually looking for? Are you looking for an answer or are you looking for understanding? And do you know how to even check to make sure that the answer you're getting is correct? So the AI can read your accounts, but it cannot know what kind of investor you are. And it will not answer for the outcome. Only you can do that. This is exactly why self-knowledge is a massive skill. I think for investing, it does not take much time, maybe like a half an hour a week max. And if you just make your own decisions and put your own effort into it, you would be very surprised after 1 or 2 years of doing the work and making your own decisions. I think that most people would be able to do better than AI, and they would actually be able to get better over time. Whereas, like, even if AI was just as good as them, I mean, it's going to lose that ability to get better over time in a lot of ways. So basically, what kind of investor are you? AI is racing to do it all for you, so you never have to make the call yourself. If a machine makes every decision, how do you ever learn? How do you get better? When is it wrong? Is it not the one who pays? The goal was never to outsource the decision. It's to become an investor who knows their own style and improves over time. A tool can help you. It cannot do the growing for you. This is what Stackivate is built around. Basically starting with knowledge that what kind of investor are you? This is the most important thing. A lot of people don't even know. A lot of people think they know, but they don't know until they actually start investing. Investing helped me know myself much better. And the more I know myself, the better of an investor I have became. So basically, it's helping me know myself, which applies to my whole life. But then knowing myself helps me become a better investor, which helps me become more conscious and aware. So I think that investing has a lot of value even outside of investing, even with self-awareness. And this is something you have to really just like do it yourself, make your own decisions. That being said, I think AI can definitely help in being a guide to you getting better and making your own decisions. The problem comes when you just blindly go with AI's advice. You give AI all your information and you just trust it to make your decisions for you, because not only right now are you not insured, are the regulations not on your side. If it makes a mistake, you have to take the loss. Whereas if you make the mistake, you know how you made the mistake. You can get better over time. And essentially, if you're making the mistake through a traditional method, through like a bank or something like that, I mean, then that way there's going to be more of the law is going to be on your side to help you, depending on what kind of mistake you make. But either way, at the end of the day, what I really want to know right now is, would you connect your bank account to an AI? And what would it have to prove to you first for you to feel comfortable knowing that you have AI giving access to all your financial data? Let me know in the comments below. I'll make sure to read it. This would be very helpful. But at the end of the day, check out Stackivate. See what it does. See how it can help you just with the free tier. There's a lot that can be done just for free on Stackivate with building and understanding your own investment style. Then you can look into the paid tier and go from there. That's all I have to say for today. Hopefully you got a lot of value out of it. And always know that feel free to join the show. I'm building live on my main channel. So that's it for today. I'm out. All right, that is the first video from the process of this week. And looking back at the chat, the only thing I missed was also the budget. Definitely. And that's another thing I'm tracking with my agents. Let me see if I can show you where I got that set up. I think it's in the, yeah, here we go. Select the fleet. Right now with this first fleet of agents, this first workflow, got all the agents listed, and it tracks the tokens and the cost and the time of the average run. And I'm going to add some more metrics to that as well. But this is super important. I mean, I can see each agent, the cost. I can see the cost of all the agent, like each week, how much it takes all the agents to run. And then that's going to be the first step to, you know, seeing where the cost might be too much in certain areas, understanding how much it cost versus how much it would take me to manually do a certain thing. I mean, this is all about just like getting better over time and keeping the budget down. All right, so we got the recorded it, record with the deck, mark it done. Description tags and community post. All right. All right, I just recorded this news video. So the first video from the workflow this week, I marked it done. I already marked that the thumbnail part is done for the packaging. And now for the description, tags, and community post, it's only giving me the option on that card to mark as done. But I'd like to be able to look at that card, see the description, see the tags, see the community post. And there should also be even a thumbnail description that goes with that community post. And essentially, I want to be able to see that and then give me a text box option at the bottom when I click on that card if I don't like anything or I want to change anything. And then I would mark it done after like the description, the tags, the community post. Everything looks good and I can mark it done. So then I'm going to give you the file path for this first video so you can do like the editing, like the silence cut and the edit, and essentially anything else that you would need to do. So maybe in the future I can outsource this step to an agent as well. But for right now, I'll just do it manually with you. So basically, here's the file path, and then go and let me know what you think about that description, tags, and community postcard. And if you agree with what I'm saying, go ahead and make the changes to that. If you can think of any better like system for that card than what I said, let me know what you think, and then I'll verify it before you build it like that. But that's it for what I can think of right now. Let's go from there. looking back at the chat, I can link to my YouTube, etc., and websites in the Twitch channel about. Looks like that message got cut off. Oh, maybe not. In the Twitch channel about section. So in the about section on Twitch, I can link the YouTube, etc., and websites. So I thought I already did that on Twitch, but Twitch is like just hard for me to understand. And then it just changed my status on Twitch. It like upgraded me in their program or something. I don't really understand that, and I have to like go and see what's going on with that. But I'm guessing that stuff is not there where you would expect to see it, so I'm gonna take a note. Check for links in Twitch that they are in the about section and that they're all correct. Welcome back to the chat, Passion Brains. Respect every time. Thank you for the strength, relentless focus, and limitless inspiration. That is what we all need on the journey. Health and strength. guidance. Building a massive AI project from the ground up takes true grit, no doubt. Nothing's easy. I mean, I enjoy doing it. Definitely takes a lot of work. But, I mean, harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. At the end of the day, no regrets. I'm doing my goal, doing my mission, keeping my vision. Keep innovating and trust the vision. Definitely. Definitely. Gotta be. And same to you. Success and relentless focus and limitless inspiration on your journey.
I saw it when I walked, boy.
I was just looking at the cost per run script, and it has the URL for the HTML visual aid, but I'm only seeing like one slide. It's not built out like the rest of them are. Help me understand what is the problem that I'm not seeing this full slide built out. If it's not built out, go ahead and build it out and then put it back in the script MD if that's where it should be. So like right now, this took me about 3 hours to really like go from the start of the process to getting that first video done. And that's because I'm building out the process as I go. But if like I didn't have to like manage that, once I have the process done and I can just click from card to card, that 3-hour process that I just did, I mean, shouldn't take more than like, I feel like a half an hour. And then it can just like, you know, get better. Like once I get the time down, then I can just focus on making the process better each time. And like doing this process, even now that I'm like doing all these like extra steps of like making sure that the visual desktop workflow is moving right with the process. Even when I used to do this before and I had to like go through like, okay, what's next? What have we already done? And just tracking everything manually. Even though I had AI helping me, it definitely took more than 3 hours. I would say maybe double that. So like it's already coming down in time and definitely even quality too, I would say. But I mean, just looking at if LLMs didn't exist and I had to like generate all this content myself and do all the research myself, I mean, this 3-hour process that I just did that took me 3 hours, without LLMs, if I was doing this before, like that stuff existed, I mean, I could say that that's easily going to take me like somewhere between like 15 to 20 hours to do everything I just did. And the cost of doing that run was like, you know, less than $1 probably. So like essentially that's like 10 hours, more than 10 hours of work that like agents just saved me like for $1. So, you know, that's just a part of it. It'll get way better, and I'm just getting started, and it's already making that kind of like improvements. It saved me that kind of time. All right, so let's see. Oh, it just doesn't show. Okay, that was working. Never mind. Yeah. All right. All right, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value in all types of ways. So, last Sunday morning, 8 a.m., my very first AI employee clocked in by itself. Nobody told it to. It worked for exactly 88 seconds. It did about 2 hours of my work, and then it clocked out. And for the first time ever, I can tell you exactly what that shift costed me. It was about 22 cents. This is my AI payroll. It's wired into my real business dashboard. It tracks every shift, what each one cost me down to the penny for each agent, and what that work would have costed me if I did it myself. And the real return is not the crazy number you'd expect. It's even better because it's honest. Let me show you the whole thing. So if you missed the last video, I had one AI employee. Now I have about 10. This one AI employee that's being tracked for this video that I just added on, the payroll stuff, has one job: research for my content and my business. It does it once a week on a schedule in the cloud. It hands me its findings. I decide what happens. I'm the boss. It's boring on purpose. And I spoke about that in the last video if you want to check it out. But there was one question I could not answer. And it's the question that every single person in the comments should have asked me. What does this thing actually cost? How much time does it save? What is the ROI? Everything that I would need to know, just like a real employee. So right now, nobody shows the bill. From what I've seen, people building out AI employees, even if they're working with a Hermes employee, I have not really seen people show the cost. Right now, the internet is split. One side says AI agents can change everything. The other side says it's all hype and demos. But what I'm seeing from neither side is a bill, the real cost, the real value on one screen. I've been an entrepreneur for about 15 years, and the first rule of any business is know your numbers. If I'm going to use the words AI employee, then I should treat it like an employee. Employees have a payroll. So I built one, a payroll for software. For every agent I build, I'm going to walk you through a real pay stub. So the receipt for the first agent that runs on repeat, essentially, here's the last shift. Sunday, 8 a.m. It clocked in on its own schedule. No computer had to be on for it to run. It runs in the cloud. So it took about 88 seconds to complete. In that time, it went out, did the research, came back with 8 findings, 3 video ideas, ranked them with reasons. What did that cost me? About 22 cents. The shift before it was about 27 cents. So I think the reason the price went down was because I'm working with the agent to get better over time, essentially giving me the right information, trimming out the stuff that I don't need. I think that's what brought the cost down. And over time, I should be able to work with all these agents because I'm tracking the cost to try out different models and to essentially work with the code so that it can run quicker and cheaper. AI pricing is by the amount it reads and writes. One shift is roughly the AI reading about 40 pages of material and writing about 13 pages. That's what a quarter buys about right now with AI for some of the frontier models. And before this, I haven't seen anybody say it in the comments yet. Yes, these are estimates. The dashboard literally labels them estimates. They're computed from the real usage of every run at the real published rates. This is as honest as I know how to make it. So, I mean, it's an estimate, but maybe it's off by like, 3 or 4 cents. From what I see, like it's very, very close, if not exactly accurate. So now I want to look at the other side of the ledger. The run with the agent versus me doing it myself. So the cost of 22 cents per run really doesn't mean anything by itself. The question is, what is that work actually worth? Before this employee existed, this research was my Sunday. Took about a whole day. And this is before I'm saying like, LLMs existed. Because an LLM could have done this. It would have just taken me longer to get with each LLM run. If I had done it separately without the agent, I would have had to like take the time to give it essentially the background information that it needed. And that's going to change over time. So I'm going to have to actually like figure that out each week. So really looking at it, I mean, it would probably take an extra like half hour if I didn't have this agent and I was just using an LLM. But I mean, that adds up every week, even then. So basically, about 2 hours of my time every single week. What I'm looking at is like what this research would have taken. Pricing my time at about $25 an hour. I'm pricing this research task at about $50 worth of human work. But look at this part, because this is my favorite part. Those numbers are my assumptions, and they are editable right here on the screen. If you think an hour is worth more, change it. The math updates. And if you think the research would only take you 1 hour, change it. I'm not hiding the assumptions in a spreadsheet somewhere. They're on my pay stub. One more rule that I gave it. A failed run earns 0. If a shift errors out, if an agent does not work the way it's supposed to, the cost still counts and the value doesn't. No participation trophies on this payroll. So here's the last 30 days, everything counted. And there's one main thing to look into this. Essentially, this was just one agent, the first agent working, and $5.49. So the 49 cents is 2 weeks. The $5 is the monthly cost of running that cloud. So essentially, that $5 is going to be broken up by how many ever tasks I'm doing each month. So if I'm having, 10 different agents that are each doing a task once a month or once a week, then that's going to be 40. So I'm taking that $5 and I'm breaking that down by like 40 different, agent tasks. But essentially, the last 30 days, these two agents costed $5.49, all in. The database, the search, the email it sends me, all currently on free tiers. So $5.49 is the whole bill. The work it replaced was about $100. That's an 18x return. That's what I can track now. So here's what I want you to notice. If I only counted the runs, $50 of work for a quarter, that's about 200x. 200x is what you'd see in the thumbnail on most channels. I'm not doing that. The honest number, everything counted, is 18x. And you know what? 18x is still incredible. That's crazy ROI for business. That's really good work. I've been in business 15 years. It's very rare to see a business that's doing a 18x ROI return. All right, so always bringing it back to abundance. Think about what just happened here. Knowing a number like this used to take an engineering team and a finance department. I'm just one person. I can't write code, and I have a payroll for software employees built by describing it in plain English. The part that really gets me excited, this payroll is built for a team. When employee number 2 gets hired, it shows up on the same screen, the same math, the same honesty from day one. That's the real unlock. Not that AI is cheap, but that you can absolutely know the numbers, the metrics. And when you know your numbers, you can build with confidence instead of just hype. There's so much room here for everybody. There's enough for everybody. We can all get it. The window is just opening. I feel like this is the start of a big trend. Something big is unfolding, and I'm doubling down on this right now. So here is the main takeaway. Don't treat AI like a magic trick. Treat it like a business. Give it one real job and then give it a payroll. Track what it costs. Be honest about what it replaces and let the numbers tell you the truth. If the return is real, you'll see it. If not, you'll see that too. And that's just as valuable. You don't need to be a developer to do any of this because I'm not one. If you want the exact setup I use to build without writing code, my free Claude Code starter kit is linked in the description and pinned in the comments. Go ahead and grab it. And also tell me this in the comments. What is the one task in your week you'd love to see on a payroll like this? I'm going to read every one, give my replies. So as always, give thanks every time. I'll see you in the next one. More abundance, more love, more respect, more unity in the community. Go ahead and catch me doing the live thing, building live every time. So respect. I'm out. All right. Looking back at the chat, Passion Brains is saying the internal cost and the hours you put in are your business alone. So there's no need to show them to the client. Instead, focus entirely on the value you deliver and set your price. That is very good. That is very good insight. And like I was just going over these costs, and you're right, there is no need to show them to the client, but I think in certain circumstances they would help a ton. I think if I can show a client that I can do a process and show them the ROI that it's saving me and show them like the time and having that all listed would help. However, basically a lot of, most businesses don't go telling their clients like, hey, I'm charging you X dollars for this service and it cost me, Y dollars to provide this service. Like that's pretty, standard in business for a lot of like obvious reasons. And definitely I'm building this out too. So like these numbers will change, but I totally agree with what you're saying. And you're saying plus based on how much money, time, and headaches the solution saves the client. Value your work by what the client gains, not by what you spend. Definitely. So like I can see there too, then like that helps me a ton when I'm doing these tasks. It's kind of hard. Like over time, I kind of forget like, oh yeah, that was the old way of doing it. That's how most people are still doing it. And I can see that and I can know, okay, I can break down a certain workflow pipeline for a client and I can see based on like what it takes me to do this workflow, it's this many hours, this much cost. And then that'll give me like a much better system for essentially billing a client. And you're saying when, if BMW will show expenses. Oh, I see. Talking about the car. So you're saying when, if BMW will show you expenses, none will buy this car. They sell value. You're saying if people saw how much it cost BMW to actually build the car, then and how much they were being charged, they wouldn't buy it. And I don't know how much it costs to make a BMW, but it sounds like it must not be that much. And they're more just buying the value. I mean, saying that's a lot of like luxury things, I feel like too. You know, the it's more like the value and it's more like the service that you provide. So that's a big part of it is like not just the value, but like the solution and the way I'm providing the service and everything that the client is getting in the entire process. Like, how easy is it to deal with you as a business owner? Are you handling things right? Are you making the process as comfortable for the prospective customer as possible? Definitely a lot of things. It's good to see like you understand business and marketing pretty well. So definitely good to have you in the chat every time, definitely. And I'm always happy to reason about this stuff. There's always a lot of value to provide, especially to the audience what I understand, most of the audience is more on the like vibe coding side, building stuff, and they don't have as well of a business and marketing understanding as someone like you or me might. So I'm always happy to provide that kind of value to the customers. We sell the value. That's the main point. We fix the people's headaches, definitely. And if anybody's watching and they see what I'm doing here with these agents, and they would like to either understand how agents can help their business or actually to put agents in their business, feel free to reach out through the channel and let me know, and we can look into that. For right now, I've made a lot of progress with these agents, but there's still a lot more to go. So definitely thankful that I have this ability to do this, and I'm getting better, and I'm seeing a lot of other things that could be done in AI really don't have that much of a moat. Like AI can, AI is constantly upgrading, and a lot of products I see people build just get replaced by AI doing it through a subscription in a couple months. But right here, what I'm seeing with these employees is like AI has the co-work and they can do certain features, but it's really not at the level of what can be done with these employees. It's way more one size fits all. It doesn't have the ability to like, have the database and get better over time and have all the right information and the wiki and that kind of thing. Maybe those things will be added in the future. But for what I'm seeing, like setting up and managing these agents as employees, it's going to be a long ways away before like the Anthropics and the open AIs are setting something like this up from what I see. So I think that what's possible with like their custom or their like one size fits all features that they're pushing out for business is really super far away from what I'm already doing. And what I'm seeing is possible is like way more than what I'm already doing. So I'm really happy to be like in this field and in this game and building this out and really like being one of the first ones to do this. Cause I mean, I've talked to a few people doing this and I've like followed the people that are doing this, and we're just like really getting started. Like there's still a lot more that can be done. So looking back at the chat, Ada Karif, respect every time. You just joined a few minutes ago. Well, let me know any specific questions you might have, and I will do my best to answer them. All right, so let's see. Add, plug in the code. All right, I just recorded this video. I'm going to give you the file path so you can do what you do for the edits and everything else that comes with that. Blue Bangs, what is up? I would have to say, just making progress. Working with this agent team, making sure that the flow is right, and doing some content as well along the way. So hopefully everything is going good with you. All right, so I'm on the... Right, that part is done. Looking at the... What is it? I'll get the music back started. Mission control. we go. Alright, so did it replace that description and tags part? Yes, it did. Awesome. It just says upload package. Alright. Alright, so now with the workflow, I see the card that says description, tags, and community posts. I clicked view the upload package, and it's not showing me anything. So something is wrong with that. You're saying it should show each one of those things with ability to copy each chunk, but it's just showing, says like the upload package, and then it doesn't show anything underneath it. So let's get this taken care of so it's showing the right data. Sometimes whisper flow, man. Why is it doing this? Alright, whisper flow. I'm not sure if whisper flow is the problem or if it's just being slow right now, but awesome. Yeah, I think it's just being slow. That's weird. Yes. That is strange. I restarted the music and it froze everything back up. So refresh this music page. There we go. Then it it copied it just like I thought. Gotta be more patient. Something freezes, just let it come back. Strange. But you know what? Looks like the streaming is frozen too. Not sure what's going on. So I'm not sure if you can still see what's going on. It looks like some things have frozen. And that being said, I've already been working for over 4 hours straight. Oh, it's showing the stream fine for you? Awesome. I'm not sure why this is doing this. Looks like everything's coming back up now, though. There we go. Okay. Alright, I'll get this last part working at least. So close to finishing that first part of the workflow. So it should work right now. Yep, there we go. Awesome. That is awesome. All right. All right, everything looks good except I noticed for the community post. It's saying the thumbnail already picked and logged, A1 link seen. However, the thumbnails for the regular videos are at a different size. So the community post, it needs to have in the actual prompt, it needs to say that it's like the right size for a community post. Otherwise, it will not work using the regular thumbnail post as a community post. And I do not want it to be the exact same thumbnail as the video. It should be at least slightly different. That's what I've usually been doing, is something that's at least slightly different. Although whatever you think would work best if it's totally different. But go ahead and add the community post thumbnail underneath the community post, knowing what you know now. Unless there's anything you want to push back on, let me know. But either way, I would have to say, I think I'm going to make that it for today. Hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to say and do. So until I come through with something new, you already know. Keep the abundance, keep the flow. We run AI, AI doesn't run we. So, from what I see, the future is bright, it's open to all of us. And, more abundance, more prosperity.